Hello, hello. So the stream is now starting from Tartu Ärtu 2026, and joining me right now is a player currently in the lead, as you can see, current under 21 world champion Jasper Vähk.
Hello.
So how are you doing?
As you can see, we're doing quite well. Feels good. Got lucky in a few places and played reasonably well. So.
Okay. Do you have any quick boards you want to jump into? So let's just get straight into it. Anything memorable here?
In the last round we missed out on 3-0 when we played one. Possibly could have got it. There was some 7th ace check in clubs.
Let's see if I can find an AJ. Oh well, there's way too many of them, and also player. Do you know what's the next card?
King 9 was in the other hand. Yeah, no, not that one.
Well, not the 8. Not the 9 either.
Not 9.
7?
Possibly.
No. Maybe 10. Nope. Maybe it was an 8. Ah!
Yes, that one. Excellent. Well, at our table, the betting went South was dealer, right?
Yep.
So we have 14-16 no trump in that vulnerability, but because of the 4-2 majors and the low cards, I decided to open one diamond, which could also be level 13 balanced. On which North has, well, the main option is one heart, but he could also beat 2 clubs, which is forcing for one round.
Seems reasonable.
Possible, but Albert decided to go with one heart, on which I have to beat one spade, and then he didn't really have any other options than 1-0, because 3 clubs would be a splinter with spades, and 3-0 seems weird because I often have a hand with diamonds and spades and club shortness. So.
Yeah, but it seems like. Let's see how many.
First score.
The first score. Not the first one. But I mean, how many?
50-50,
you took 10, so 50-50, still not bad. Way below your average of 72, so a great session. I don't know. Do you want to maybe tell us a bit about your preparation for the tournament? Was there anything going on last evening? Final preparations and so on?
I unfortunately did not make it here last evening. I got here today morning, but Albert was definitely preparing already, and we're also preparing for the summer, so some QBs practices and BBO matches. And yes, the tournament is great. Never been so big, and Rico has done some great organizing. So
yes, there's even a stream booth with interviews and so on. That's good. I mean, hopefully everything will go well for you, and I won't keep you here any longer, so you can take a break as well. But these are the first impressions from world champion, current leader, Jasper. So cool.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. You can go now. It's good. So we have seen some of the first impressions from the boards. We can try and take another look, but soon today we will actually be having a few more interviews with different players, coaches, support staff, and so on. So, definitely stay tuned. Although I'm not sure how many of you there are at the moment. But in any case, I guess we can look into the boards as we start. So while we wait for other things to happen, the youngsters will start play in about like 20 minutes. But until then, we can look at the first half of the day right now. So the first board, let's see what exciting things happened. It's a board where 6 diamonds can theoretically be made, but not the best slam, I imagine. Most people reach 4 spades, which would be a good score, and some sadly go down in free no trump. There is no fit, but sadly there are 5 heart tricks. If we jump on to the second board, let's see if there are any very swingy results. So one pair had won 3 no trumps, which seems to be the par score, and this gave them a complete maximum. So that's pretty interesting that a score like this would be a complete top, but it seems people elect to bid spades. Also, 3 no trumps from the other side is an interesting score. And yeah, there's probably not much to say. It seems like 3 no should be bid elsewhere, but not many people do that. On to board number 3. Let's see what's going on here. So, a par score battle. These are often very interesting in match points. It seems that some pairs have won 4 hearts. In double dummy doesn't make, but there are always a couple of tricks here and there that can vanish and things can happen. So it seems this pair managed to win hearts. But overall, you know, different battles where heart seems to be the most dominant contract. On to board number 4. So again, no games can be made as we can see, but obviously there's quite a good bit of material, like a very nice 6-card diamond suit. And also with a heart lead, well, I mean, you can maybe take like a heart trick, but it will be very tricky to make 3 no trump without any help from the defense, but some pairs do make it. I guess it is probably very easy to let make due to the layout of the cards. What else? So yeah, someone even went down 2, you know, things may happen. Par score would be 8 tricks. Let's see if there's anything else. So here there is a very cool hand, a slam hand, where the par score happens to be 7 spades, which only makes, of course, thanks to the favorable spade split. But strangely enough, 6 no trumps only makes, and I think that's because the clubs are not splitting, and as such in spades you can rough one out to establish that one extra trick you need to discard a heart loser. And one pair in the field actually has found 7 spades. Not sure if by accident or not, but a great score nevertheless. Yep. Okay, must have been a random knock. So we can continue. I can also try and open up some chat, and let me see if I can keep an eye on if there are any questions. Currently, okay. So, moving on to board number 6. Here it seems to be ciao.
Ciao.
Saadaanko tulla integrata?
No, thank you, I'm good.
Okay. Anyways, there's video and I'm live, so you know.
Yes. Sorry.
You can wait for the camera.
With pleasure. Where are we? Yes. Okay. Good luck.
Edu.
Enjoy.
You too. So, board number 6, after a small interruption, interesting things have happened. So, one pair decided to sacrifice in 3 no trumps, which did not end up that successful, but things happen at these kinds of tournaments. Wait, no. This was the East-West side who can actually make a game, but no trumps can be made 8 tricks from the North-South side. So, quite a funny situation where what we have 7 diamond tricks and then there's no source for an extra trick, so a heart also makes. Funny hand. Moving on, so board number 7. Again, a par score battle. It seems here a very good score had been 2 diamonds. making 10 tricks when theoretically only 7 are available. But in a junior tournament, you know, the scores can be literally anything. As you can see, someone went 3 off in 2 spades doubled, defended by our reigning under 21 world champions, Kaspar and Jürgen. So good job there, nice penalty. Looking at the spade layout, and they even had the trump majority, so things must have happened there. Let's see if there are any other big scores here. So 3 spades 4 off. Yeah, I can see that happening with all the spades sitting behind the main spade suit, but why they would reach 3 spades? Well, things happen. There are quite many points on that side. And board number 8, it seems literally, okay, not literally, but only one table is not playing no trumps, so they managed to play 3 spades by east-west. The only fit available would be clubs, but who cares about minor suits? The spades here are much nicer, but sadly playing on them on the free level, you know, contract could have been made, but again, these are just double dummy and don't really indicate what can actually go and happen at the table. Most of the pairs though playing 1 no trump, probably after 1 no trump opening, and this hand not finding an invite, which is very reasonable. Board number 9. So this one, again, it doesn't seem to be too action rich, although here there is some distribution in the minors, and there is also a pretty decent spade fit. But again, double dummy says no one can make a game, and most people have not tried either. Yes, it seems the stream health is maybe not the greatest. Taking care of some of housekeeping, just a second. Okay. Yes, it seems the stream is not 100% most stable. The internet is not the best, but hopefully it won't cause many issues to the viewing experience. So board number 9, let's see what happened here. Some people managed to win it in 2 spades. That is interesting, because the north hand should definitely take some action, not vulnerable against vulnerable. Letting it play in 2 spades just seems like losing out. But overall, some people playing diamonds, some clubs, fairly reasonable to reach either minor, especially if the north hand bids both minors. Then with south you look at 3 small and doubleton queen, so it's really like a pick of like, do you want the fit or do you want the quality? And both picks seem very, very reasonable. What else? Let's move on to board number 10. What went on in board number 10? So the first thing I can immediately see is this 4 spades redoubled plus 3. That is very interesting. Something interesting must have happened on this board. Definitely with the east hand I wouldn't dare passing, because the golden rule of one of the golden rules is 6-5 come alive. So here we would have like 1, 2, 3, 4 losers with a very good hand, definitely sacrificing on the 5 level. like might not even be a sacrifice really, because you know, 5 spades here makes, 4 hearts doesn't. So actually the part score, as we can see, would be 6 hearts doubled for 2 down, which would be very good against 4 spades. It's actually a bit surprising that 4 spades was allowed to play, because with these hand I would definitely take some action. Generally like a 4-no indicating a 2-suitor. Most people, however, have played it in spades, and as it stands, without a club lead, 13 tricks are just off the top with 5 diamonds, 7 spades, and the ace of hearts. For board 11, so so board 11, let's see what happened here. Seems a pretty regular game for North-South to play in heart. Nothing really interesting. Some pairs reaching heart, some others playing a part score, which still gives like a fairly average result. Overall, pretty reasonable to stay out of the game with 16 opposite 6. But as the cards lay, the finesse of spades is on, and then the spade can probably be established via a ruff. So we would need to do a bit of tricks, but the club finesse is also on, and actually there are even 11 tricks available, which it seems one pair in the field, our world champions, Albert and Jasper, who we also interviewed, have managed to take. So well done for them. Probably chose a pretty good line. Seems quite reasonable. The lead of a 9 of diamonds is actually a very good lead. So definitely life was not made easy, but probably some kind of a signal was sent that maybe the club finesse should stand. So it would go something like club finesse, ace of clubs, discarding a diamond, then you know, maybe a finesse of hearts, and then I would probably play a small spade in order to establish a ruff on the next round, and you know, after sacrificing that one trick in spades, we can draw one more round of trumps, ace of spades, ruff, and everything should come home nicely. Maybe there was some miscalculation and I can't really know about the defense. In board 12, seems to be 3 no trumps for the east-west pair, although quite tricky to find with only what seems to be 20 points on that side, and especially with a 9-card spade fit. So most reasonable contract seems to be some number of spades, with the field taking a rather varying number of tricks from here, from 5 tricks to also someone actually making the 3 spades as it's supposed to, someone making actually 2 spades with an over trick, with 2 over tricks that is, so quite well played there. But overall seems to be mostly a part score battle centered around spades. Definitely north-south could compete with clubs, but since they are unfavorable, then maybe, you know, it is a bit complicated, especially because the spade shortness is the king with an otherwise weak hand. So that was the first session the youngsters played today. So today I think we have 5 12-board sessions, and possibly the third session has now already started. Let me quickly check a thing. So let's move on to the board number 13. So that would be starting the next session today. Sadly, I don't have the exact results of what was the result of after the first session, but that doesn't really matter as much. What matters is the end result. So board number 13, a very slammish hand. It seems multiple sevens can be made, including 7 no trump. But strangely enough, most of the field, all of the field, only plays 3 no trumps, which makes a lot of sense because with this hand holding a 10 count, and here there being also 3 points, just seems like a hand where just everything sits and fits. Obviously, the diamonds with this kind of a combination normally shouldn't come home for 5 tricks, but they do. The spades also coming home for 4 tricks, the clubs coming home for 3, and the ace of hearts to take. So obviously when you look at double dummy scores, which indicate that 13 tricks are available, completely does not mean that you should actually be in that contract, because here we have very, very many good things happening, like spade finesse being gone and spades free. That's already like a 30% chance. With the diamonds being the way they are, that's like already by itself something like 10, and both of the club honors being gone. Then looking at these 2 hands, the chances of actually taking 13 tricks on the face of it look close to something like a 1%. But obviously, things may happen, and 2 tables have managed to grab all 13 tricks in 3 no trumps, so well done to them. But it also seems that 2 brave warriors went to fight with a heart contract. Indeed, there is a heart fit, but that's about the end of it. The hearts are very, very flimsy, and there's really no tricks to be taken. One could say unlucky, but being in 2 hearts looking at either of these 2 hands, I can't even imagine how one would get there. Moving on to board 14, so here we see a game for the east-west side. Seems pretty standard, 3 no trumps. You have 5 hearts and 5 diamonds to take, and opponents can at best take 2 spades and 2 clubs if only the lead was right-sided, and it would require a club lead. Here it seems most of the field opting for hearts, with some pairs managing to take a fair bit of tricks in no trumps. And yeah, so moving on, board 15, let's see what's going on here. Again, game for north-south, but this one is a very distributional one, and we already discussed briefly with Jasper as well that due to some system limitations and mishaps and borderline decisions on both sides, it wasn't as easy to find 3 no trumps, whereas here we can see that some pairs have opted for 5 clubs, which makes, but also some managing their way in 3 no trumps, which again, pretty good contract. All the suits hold, especially because we have aces and opponents can't really take their quick tricks before we cash our 7 clubs, 2 spades, and the ace of diamonds. So the only quick tricks would be hearts. Hearts could play for 4 tricks if only there was an entry to the west hand. Sadly there's not, and 3 tricks would be the end of it. On to board number 16. So here we can see that slams can be made in both hearts and either minor suit, and this seems to be one of those expert 4-3 heart fit slams. Of course you would need to correctly capture the king of diamonds, and things are sitting kind of nicely for the declaring pair, but also many different things can happen in these situations. So one pair here has reached 6 diamonds, which seems to be pretty good contract, because it does depend on the club finesse, but on a pairs tournament things can happen. Also, the diamond suit is pretty solid, that if you catch the king of diamonds onside doubleton, then you have no losers in diamonds, so, you know, a bit of good fortune can strike there. Sometimes opponents who are maybe not as focused or not as experienced might cover the queen, even holding a third king, so that again provides some extra chances in junior tournaments. And one pair making 6 no trumps. Without the spade lead, that seems like things could come home, but with the spade lead it seems quite hard to imagine how that would happen, because, well, you would capture the spade and your only play would be to play on diamonds, and if this hand gets in, that means they just did not continue spades. It happens. Board number 17. So what do we have here? Definitely a part score battle, with East-West being able to take tricks in everything, but yet there are still some North-Souths who have elected to play, but nothing too interesting here. So what are some of the top scores? It would be East-West going down in a hard contract, maybe on the other side also clubs being played for from North-South, doubled for quite the big underscore, again defended by our reigning world champions, who managed to grab even 9 tricks despite the par being 8, so clearly showing some world champion level defense. But yeah, moving on, board 18, again a part score battle. So in imps these would be rather uninteresting, but in match points these kinds of boards are where the money is made, so to say. Let me take care of a bit of housekeeping. So the board number, what was it, 18. What are some of the highest scores that happened here? So going down in vulnerable is generally a death sentence when playing match points. So here we can see a couple of 200s which have given a nearly bottom, or well, top for the defending pair, but also just going down 3 in a part score battle, even when not vulnerable, can cause pretty bad results. And of course a 500 here, probably not optimal to play 2 no trumps from this side, although 14 opposite the 7, you know, sometimes it comes home for 8 tricks, but more often than not it won't. Board number 19 seems to be a slam board, so 6 spades can be made. And let's look at the hand. It's quite distributional, so with North-South having a hard fit, but not a very well splitting one. The ace of diamonds being opposite the singleton, generally quite good for producing many tricks. And with clubs, the situation is actually a bit funny, because, well, you can't really play clubs on your own, unless you intend to finesse with the 9, which you shouldn't. But hearts could probably be established for a discard, but then again it will be hard to gain an entry to the last heart to discard the club loser, and if you've also roughed all your diamonds, then it's going to be pretty tricky to actually get the 12 tricks unless you see through the cards and finesse the clubs deeply. Then again, 6 spades being made on the ace of clubs lead, which obviously simplifies things, but here there was actually a queen of diamonds lead, but then again this pair managed to make it, so it would be interesting to hear what exactly was the defense, or maybe the honoring clubs was inserted when the club was played from dummy. Can't really tell from just the results here, but yeah, our results seem to indicate that, yeah, some people do make it, and the ace of clubs lead slightly unlucky here. Probably depends a bit on the bidding, but Yeah, sometimes you need to cash that ace, sometimes you don't. Not sure what happened in the bidding and what was known at the time and what wasn't. Yeah, so on to board number 20. Seems to be a game board. People going down in game, getting a bad score. People, yeah, going down in a game is a bad score, making it is a good score. This is quite often the case at junior tournaments where if you bid and win your game, that's already pretty good for you. Even free no trumps just made would be like a 65% for you. On to board 21, seems to be a part score battle again with one pair here actually do managing. Just a moment. Yeah, so here, make your part score generally tends to be pretty good, although it seems 90-point part score isn't sufficiently good, although that would be nearly the part score. Definitely better to play no trumps if you don't really have a good fit, but a source of tricks. So obviously with a strong balanced hand here, but almost a nothing burger here, not that many good things will happen. So, what is going on here? 22, a game board, either free no trumps or spades. People do going down in free no trumps, it seems, more often than not, with our another set of world champions here making it with 10 tricks. So, what seems to be the catch in this board? Obviously double dummy. If you look at the spade combination here with ace jack 8-7 opposite king 9-5, and with the queen being seemingly offside, well, if you solve this spade combination correctly, then jack should be played from south, which would be covered by the queen, or if not covered, then just let it run. If they cover it, now you can finesse the 10. Obviously not the percentage. Okei, tää tuleb hiljem, see on fine. Yeah. So yeah, board number 22, and there was already some people eager to join the stream. Yeah, so let's move on to board number 23. So here we have another kind of a game board, but free no trumps seeming to be pretty tough to make. Although you have 5 spades, you need to kind of catch the hearts correctly, and yeah, otherwise diamonds might be runny, but you do have a dummy entry with clubs, so what you get 5 spades, a club, a diamond, and you need to play for 2 hearts. Seems to be tricky, but almost manageable. More generally, I would suggest playing hearts instead, especially considering that side only holds 19 combined points and a heart fit, which seems to be the case. So people playing in hearts generally getting an average for basically what's nearly the part score, because well, free no trumps does not exist. Here no trumps seems to have been tried by the north-south line, interestingly enough, who do hold the point count majority, and here we can see that going down 1 down in free no trumps is actually a good score because well, it beats the opponent's playing hearts. So a good sacrifice there, even though the opponents can take quite many tricks in no trumps. And for the last board that the players had before the lunch break, board 24. So what happened here, there seems to have been multiple director's cases, but overall Seems to be a part score battle with heart being suggested, but definitely spades also being a contender, and the scores are pretty much all over the place. There are all kinds of suits being played. Someone making free no trumps. That can't be a bad score, especially in this circumstance. Also free no trumps being tried, but not too successfully on the other side. And overall, just a bunch of scores that you can expect to see in a very ambiguous part scoreboard like this. Definitely, though, diamonds and clubs being the main fit suits with the 9-card fit in each, but still quite many major suit tries as well. Especially in a match points tournament, this seems very, very reasonable. So this would be it for the first set of match point boards. So today, quite a quick overview. Tomorrow we will have Wugraf and actually watch the youngsters play the boards live. But for now, I will go on a quick break and I will be back shortly. So stay tuned and see you soon. closer. Let me turn that down. So, hello. We are back to the stream, this time with Milan Matsura.
Hey, thanks for having me here.
Yes, so he is currently, I think, the Czech team coach and overall organizer, overall a bridge pro, a bridge teacher, and I think, yeah, maybe you can tell us a bit about yourself.
Yeah, well, I'm doing plenty of things around bridge, but my main occupation at this moment is coaching, creating materials, videos, and the new methodology of teaching bridge, preferably worldwide.
Mm-hmm.
And I work for several organizations, including the Czech Bridge Federation, European Bridge League, and the EBL Youth Committee. And now one of the new things, actually what might come up, is doing some projects for the World Bridge Federation in a couple of development groups.
Yeah, I was adjusting the mic a bit because it may have been quite silent. So yeah, quite many activities and things. So, but I guess one thing that people would like to know is, how did you first get into bridge? How did you find it?
Yeah, well, I play for more than 30 years already, and when I started at the age of 10 in Czech Republic, there were like no youth programs or even juniors, and my grandfather was a card player, so he introduced me, or he was looking for a substitute or for the fourth person for his class to fill up the table.
Yeah.
And basically my first class was on the walk to this lesson. He introduced me the bidding system, and I had absolutely no idea, and I went crying in the first class. But then we started playing with cards, and suddenly, you know, it clicked, and we played a lot of cards before. So my beginnings were definitely not the right one, and definitely not easy, but I survived.
Well, I mean, considering where you've ended up this far, who can say that it wasn't the right beginning? Maybe it was exactly the right one.
Well, you can never say, but I think at the end it's all about motivation and what do you want to do. And at the beginnings, especially, you need to have some community, having fun, or be extremely competitive, and that's my part, where I love to do anything what is with competition, and bridge is a very unique thing in this, because every single deal, every single decision is basically comparing to other players and trying to outsmart them. That's what I love about the game.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you about the motivation and what keeps you playing, but I guess you partially answered that. Is there anything more, what keeps you at it? 30 years is quite a long time to dedicate to something.
Yeah, well, when people ask me what I want to do in the job, and I studied several schools or universities, and I always told them I want to play bridge because I love the game. But why exactly? That's, I think, the thrill in you, like playing the game, and that's the adrenaline which you get in the competition. And at the same time, it's travel, meeting new people, new places, and this is not easy to do with any other activities, than sports. And I look at bridge as a sport, and I have done plenty of physical sports. But, well, since I'm not, let's say, that equipped with the hardware, I had to use my software. And when you find out that you are good in something, the motivation comes naturally, actually.
Yeah. I mean, I guess for me, one of the motivating factors, everything you mentioned about, also very much clicks with me, especially the part about physical fitness. But it's also that, every board is unique. If you're just playing with friends, the four of you shuffle the deck, you deal it out, that's unique. No one else in the world has ever played it or will ever play it. And I think for me, that's also one of a very big factor in why bridge is really interesting, because you have these rules, you have these things you learn, but still every hand can have its own nuance.
Yeah, solving puzzles basically every 5 minutes. And what I like about this is that I like team sports.
Mhm.
So although sometimes, you know, I played squash or other racket sports, and having an individual has some advantages, but cooperating in a team and bridge in a partnership brings the game a completely different level.
Yeah.
So we cannot compare with chess or Go or other games where you are inside your head. But here, this is what I love, that you have to cooperate, you have to take the empathy around the table, how others think, you know, how you can help your partner, because at the end it's not about how good you play, but how well your partner plays and how much you can help. And
Mhm.
that's actually a feeling which you will never get in an individual sport.
Yeah. On that note, like, have you ever considered other card games? Like poker definitely has a lot more money and people. in
Yeah,
it, so-
well, there was a boom because I'm old enough to
Mhm.
live from the boom where poker went like viral, and there were plenty of money, and many friends from the top bridge circuit actually switched to poker for the money. I just tried, you know, for a short time, but I felt it a bit boring because it took too much time. Let's say you for play to have too few, let's say, decisions. You know, and at some points, although it's might be a game of skill in a way, there's a lot of luck involved as well. So
Yeah, wait, someone just told us that. Okay, all good. There was maybe some issue with the sound, but I think I fixed it in the beginning. But yeah, the poker boom, I guess you did live through it more. I know I was still quite young when I saw like all the poker things, and briefly I did consider like what would happen, but then I like read some articles that if you're thinking about becoming a poker pro, like don't. Like
Yeah.
you need to know that you want to do it and you want to.
yeah, it's
want to be
completely
there.
different pressure. I mean, especially if you play anything for the prize money and nothing is guaranteed, there's a completely different pressure for you. And I think in bridge, playing on various levels kind of brings this pressure as well. But if you're not playing for money, but let's say for glory or personal happiness, then you don't have that much this bad stress. You have the good stress.
Yeah.
You know, and that's also good for your lifestyle. And I know many people, you know, who are very unhappy with what they do.
Mhm.
And I think that's not a good way. Even you earn good money.
Yeah. I mean, bridge is definitely. I mean, I would imagine it's much more social just due to all the partnership dynamic, but also the bridge community overall. Like you being here and all these, like juniors from across, I think, 10 different nations coming here to play and to make new friends. I think that's just amazing, and I think bridge has that more than many of the other sports, which are individual and therefore not as social, even by nature.
Yeah, well, this tournament demonstrates it perfectly, and I'm organizing like the same event in Prague for a couple of years already, and then I was part in before in the long history. And as a junior, I went through many tournaments like this in the Netherlands, Germany, Poland, and this is what brings people together and meeting, making friends worldwide. You know, puts it on a different scale that you can travel and you go there and there. You find people who will help you, and bridge is like a big world family. And wherever I went, I didn't knew anyone. For example, I went to US, and there is a big story, you know, going there, just meeting people at the bridge table and feeling immediately connected, and you just have instant relationship which is then brought on a different scale. So just a quick example, at a bridge table we found out people who let us stay for a month in New York and to be there, you know, and to see the bridge world there.
Wow.
And I mean, we didn't know each other before, and we just talked 5 minutes after the match where we crushed them, you know, and they were so nice that they invited us to their homes. And I think that you might not get it in tennis or football or any other activity, that people are that generous and friendly to fellow players.
Yeah, maybe they wanted to extract your secrets. 'Cause
Oh,
you crushed
well,
them.
you know, it was, if I can mention the name, you can figure it out. But it's the famous convention, so that's the family of that name. So that's a puzzle for everyone. Which convention it is?
Yeah, you mentioned that there's like a similar youth tournament that you organize in Prague, right? Can you tell us a bit more about that? And are there any other events you organize there?
Yeah, well, with this event, we organized it in the south of Czech Republic, in a small place, but at the end we found out that the travel distances are kind of bad, so we moved it to Prague, to the bridge club, which had a limit of 20 tables, and we reached that 2 years ago. And to make it wider, you know, my goal is actually to organize not just this tournament, but also a youth camp. And we need to grow. So we decided to move last year to a hotel, and that opportunity was also due to organizing the Winter Transnationals in Prague, which is a European championship. And that experience I used to actually be able to give good, let's say, prizes for accommodation while keeping the organization within the boundaries and the budget. And now for the next years we might have a place for 50, even 80 teams. Teams, so times 4 for other people. So if we have 200, 300 young players from all around, not only Europe, but we might not get these limits, we can go worldwide. And that's the beauty of it. So that's what gives me, let's say, the energy for another 3-4 months before another project appears. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's amazing. Like the fact that I think right now we have 45 pairs here, and there are so many international pairs who came to Estonia, which is, you know, in a quite far corner of Europe, let's say, and definitely the Czech Republic being more central, you know, I can imagine that.
Yeah, our geography and let's say the living prices are definitely helping the organization. But since I'm working also for the EBL youth committee, I hope that we will push further on, that we will have this, let's say, chain or group of tournaments like this in Tartu. There are tournaments in Poland, which has a huge participation. Just because of the local players, you know, they have more than all the other countries together when we are talking about juniors. And once we have this, let's say every 2 months, a youth festival, I would like to say, then we can just elevate the game, give motivation to people, you know, to play, learn more. And while learning, you know, they're improving all their set of skills, and that help them in real life.
Yeah,
and I think that's one of the key things why anyone should start playing bridge, because there are so many parallels within the game which you can actually use in your real life, that it's incredible.
Yeah, it's something I've also heard. Like this other Estonian top player Lauri Naber has said that, you know, bridge is a miniature of life, that all the skills and things you learn while playing, and also like outside the table, like if you're having a break and all those things, and the connections and everything, that it's just everything is so applicable. And it seems so odd because it's a card game. Like if people think of card games, they don't think like this is somehow relevant for my life skills, but I know for a fact for myself this has been the case, and it's very, very good to hear you also confirm that.
Yeah, I think one of the aspect of the game which is underestimated is that in school and in job, you know, there's not that much place for an error. But bridge, same as I love golf, probably because of the same reasons and same skill sets. But failure is part of the game. You know, everybody makes mistakes, and you try to avoid them. Nobody can play golf or bridge perfectly.
Yeah.
And coping and understanding that you make those errors and acknowledging them that you do actually makes you a better person. And also in the relationship, when you see that your partner made a terrible error, the forgiveness, and like coping with that and helping your partner to overcome this error, makes everyone better. And that's, I think, what the humanity is here to help each other.
Yeah. Do you think, I guess now like a more philosoph or like let's say what's like do you see as the future of bridge and where it will grow? And I know you also do the Bridge Academy, so you can maybe talk a bit about that. But also, I guess it's a question of like how to get young people into bridge and to enjoy it and give them this experience that we as experienced players, of course, already have and want to share. So
well, that's a tough one, and if I can say the answer right now on the stream, then I will probably get a Nobel Prize. But yeah, definitely, I'm thinking about that basically every single day, and that's why I developed the website milanbridge.com, where I share all my knowledge, and which I try to develop for the future generations. Because I spend so much time playing the game and learning the game, how it works, also being in the society too long, that I want that information to be there online and to build on for the future. And I've figured out in past few years that bridge teachers or books or the history is kind of killing the development of bridge itself. It might be too long to discuss that, but there are several ways where bridge can go, and also what bridge is. It can be a card game for home, just like a hobby or a club, right? It can be a sport, so playing competitively at the championships. It has all the definitions of the sports. It can be an esport game. You can play with robots, and you can actually change playing in a partnership to an individual skill. And that's, again, training a different or needs a different set of skills. And I think for bridge, it needs to explore all of these areas. At some point, you will get probably the majority of people throughout the individual way instead of the other way. And I think the real future in bridge or for bridge is education. Because once, and I'm thinking about this a lot, and there are projects in France, now in Greece, they put it in the curriculum, because in the past we thought that you can teach bridge only, let's say, 15 plus years, and we are trying to push it lower and lower, and finding the new way of easier options, to build up the skills and the knowledge from easy trick-taking game, which can start at the age of 5, 6, and build up the knowledge and actually create the parallels of every single stage, and compare it to education and the pedagogy. You will find those parallels which can actually, on one simple game, teach all the aspects from colors up to economics, algorithms, and AI.
Exactly. And I mean, like, kids get started with chess at like ages 3 or even lower. I know for myself, at least my mom has said that I knew how to play chess before I knew how to read, because grandparents taught me and so on. So why couldn't it be the same for bridge? Or like maybe not for bridge, which puts a lot of these concepts together, but some simpler trick-taking games, like you said, that it's a matter of, well, it develops your logic skills, bridge especially social skills, I would say. I owe a lot of my social skills to bridge. So yeah, I mean, it's very good to hear that you are thinking about it, especially considering.
Well, I'm now happy to say that because I'm in the groups of let's say the heads in bridge in the WBF or presidents of the federations, and nowadays people talk about it way more. We had already several seminars where these topics were brought up, and there are groups who are actually thinking about that and developing these things. And I'm happy that I'm part of some of those. In an upcoming month, I will be introducing the French materials for, let's say, the first year for teaching bridge, which will be structured. You know, it will be a combination of like playing live, but possibly also playing online, but with just one click. You know, without any difficulties. Just sit, play, take tricks, and learn step by step.
Yeah. Do you have any closing thoughts or things you might want to share? You know, we've talked about how you get started, your motivations, the future, what's going on. So maybe like where do you see, let's say in 10 years, where do you see that the Tartu Ärtu event is, and also the was it the Central European Youth Championship, right?
Yeah, okay, my dreams, I'm always saying dream big,
of course.
Start small, and we already did. So you here in Tartu started, I started, and I think what's the most important thing for the future, that we start cooperating and helping each other internationally, because only then we can succeed. Together as we are much stronger. As individual countries, we will struggle on our local area, having few players, while actually the motivation of going somewhere, beating somebody at the bridge table, you know, that can actually bring more people to bridge. And that was missing in the past, where countries were fighting each other. You know, it's like in war. And economy, you know, when you're fighting, some parties wins, but basically the society loses. And I think nowadays it's more important than in other, let's say, my 40 years of let's say peaceful era, is to having this in a sport and showing that you don't have any restrictions, you know, based on age, gender, religion, you know, nationality, nothing. We can all sit together at the table, compete, fight hard against each other, and at the end sit and share a drink together.
Yeah, well, these are some great closing thoughts. Thank you, Milan.
Yeah,
thank you. Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And yeah, so we will head to a small break, but we'll be back soon enough.
Ciao.
Ciao. So, welcome back. The interview with Milan did go successfully. It was my first interview, in case you couldn't tell. And now I am here with the Brain Games Estonia branch manager, Virko Jõelaid. And maybe you can tell us a bit about yourself and what you do in your day-to-day.
Yes, hello. Yeah, it's really nice to be here to see all those people playing gathered in the small town in Estonia. Such a fun event. I am. My day-to-day job is actually managing Brain Games in Estonia. We are a retail board game company. We have been in Estonia for over 20 years, and one of our goals is to bring the joy to people, and we try to find the perfect game for every person. I mean, there are those people who want to buy 2 decks of cards to play bridge. There are others who want to play Monopoly. And then there are people who want to spend their whole weekend playing just one game.
Like bridge.
Well, like bridge, but I'm also thinking about something that one game might take you 12 hours. So there's those games, and so we really try to find the right game for everybody.
Okay. Let me just quickly check. Yeah. So, how did you first get into it? Like, what drew you towards Brain Games and all these board games in general? Like, what made it click for you?
It's I like to tell this story because I guess every people, like all childs, have played a board game in their childhood, and usually that's like Monopoly or Scrabble is quite popular and so on. And turning high school, I actually played bridge as well a little bit and other card games. And then after high school, we discovered like a new popular game. It was called Citadels. And after that, we just played like every Friday with friends for like, I don't know, for a half a year. And then we tried to find something new, and we discovered Brain Games, and I was instantly hooked. So I tried to get my I was really interested in board games, and it was like I instantly fell in love with board games, I applied for a job. And then I have been working on all the positions in Brain Games pretty much, from like salespersons to web store managers to purchasing manager, and now I am a branch manager.
Okay, very cool. Do you have any favorite games? Like you mentioned Citadels, which was something that got you really hooked, but is there anything else that really comes to mind as you know like this?
Yes, I usually start with Carcassonne. It's also one game that Brain Games has localized for Baltic market. This is a really good game for two players to play, and it can be quite competitive. We also run tournaments for it, but you can play it with up to 5 people, and then it's just a fun family game. And my other favorite through the years has been Seven Wonders. It's a drafting game where you play through 3 rounds and you try to build your civilization pretty much.
What's your favorite strategy or faction in Seven Wonders? I know you can't pick them, but if you drew one, what's your favorite?
Well, there's so many, but I think I like one of the expansions. It's the Great Wall of China, because it's unique in a way that you don't have to build it from left to right. You can choose your way how you want to build it.
Okay.
And yeah, I think it's also worth mentioning. Well, since we are on the bridge tournament, there are a lot of trick taking games, and currently my favorite one is well, it's called the Fellowship of the Ring, the trick taking game. So the trick taking is also in the name.
Yeah, I think we can also show it as we have it available here. So it looks very nice. The foil, like
yeah, it's
the packaging.
shiny. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, the cards are not like that, but the artwork is really good. And well, I mean, of course, if you don't care about Lord of the Rings, then yeah, it's like just a regular game. But if you know the story, if you enjoy the books, then it's really nice because it follows the story.
Yeah, like to a viewer that doesn't know what a trick-taking game is, or in Estonian, tihivõtmise mäng, how would you describe it? Like in short, of course, bridge also being a trick-taking game beyond, you know, at least the trick-taking being a part of it. So how would you describe the game?
Yeah, I always think that the trick taking part is really easy to understand. So everyone plays a card. Whoever starts has the lead suit, and everyone has to follow. And whoever plays the highest card wins the trick. But yeah, the other part, usually the trick, well, pretty much all the trick taking games, there's something about bidding. Like how many tricks are you going to win or so on, and this is the most difficult to learn. And yeah, I mean, yes.
Yeah, it's very much the same in bridge because, well, bridge is composed of the bidding and then the actual play of the cards where you actually do take the tricks, and in the bidding you need to kind of guess and estimate that I think we're going to take this many tricks. And so I'm going to make a bid for this many tricks, and it doesn't always work out. Hopefully it works out more often than not, and then you do well. But yeah, there's always, like, every game I guess can add its own nuance to the trick taking, right? So we also have many different trick taking games, and yeah, they can all be very different.
Yes, about trick taking. When we try to explain games to customers or during events, and we mention that, you know, this is a trick taking game, they usually get confused. Like, what is trick taking? And then we mention, you know, it's like bridge, and many people recognize it better. So yeah, the specific term trick taking is something that people really don't know, but mostly people know bridge, even if they have never played it.
Do you remember, like, what was the first board game you ever played, like, and what got you, like, really, did that happen in high school, as you said, or was there something before where you already had it, had some games around as a child, and it kind of grew from there?
Well, I guess the first one was probably like Snakes and Ladders, or yeah, probably Snakes and Ladders, or some like Soviet alternative to that. But I remember it was like in a first or second grade. My friend had a Monopoly deluxe edition with like golden pieces and everything, and we played it, and I liked it so much. So when I was back at home, I recreated it myself. So I draw all the pieces, and well, of course I didn't remember all the details, but yeah. I guess I'm not the only one, because I have heard that a lot of people have actually tried to recreate Monopoly by themselves, because, well, during the 90s the availability was an issue, and board games were really expensive back then.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, I know I liked to play Monopoly as a child, and I know I recreated my own version, but also with all the squares and the proper, like, properties you could buy with the prices and all the like draw cards, like all of that. So definitely played it a lot. Got very frustrated about it. That how come I don't win? How come I get unlucky as a child? I guess that can happen.
Yeah.
Maybe that was just my temper though. Yeah. How many board games do you think you have played in your life overall? Or at least you know how to play even if you haven't played it yourself.
Well, I think it's definitely over 1,000 that I have played, but since it's quite a high number. If I had to think about like how many board games could I explain on the spot without checking the rule book, I think like a couple hundreds probably. But I'm mostly interested in playing new games all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I know this is really it really depends on the person. I have those friends who want to play just this one game, you know, they want to play it, they want to master it, and they want to compete. I get that, it's a fun part. You can be competitive and really figure out all the small things in this game. But for myself, I would rather play new games all the time. So if I wouldn't be that sad if I only had an option to play every game once, because there are so many games, and like every year tens and thousands of new board games are coming out. So yeah, it's a really really big and vast world, and the selection is actually it's really difficult to select those games if you're like just looking for a board game. So yeah, there's a web page, Board Game Geek, that really helps people regarding you can if you like trick taking games, you can just show me all the trick taking games and choose by that.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, you know, we had Milan interview previously, and he said he has been playing bridge for more than 30 years now. And of course many bridge players here, like, you know, have mostly focused on this game, but you know, not necessarily. You know, I also like to play different kinds of games, but I mean definitely the number of games is not in the thousands, probably not even in the hundreds. So that's very cool. Won't, like, you know, you said every year like tens of thousands of games are coming out. Like, won't the games just get repetitive or have the same rules, or like how does that work? Like, how can there be 10,000 new games every year?
Well, it's a quite interesting topic, because of course games use the same rules. And like most of those tens of thousands of games, they're not good, just to be honest. But you have to consider that usually all the games are not released worldwide. So it might be like someone launches a game in Estonia, and maybe someone else launches the same game in US. With the same rules, with the same name even, or just a small difference, and those are two different games. But it's interesting to see like how the most popular games every year, you can rarely see something really new and unique. I mean, the mechanics, everything is it has been there before, but the innovative part is how designers combine them. You know, you take this simple trick taking thing and you apply it to something else. I mean, I guess it was 2 or 3 years ago, a game called Arcs was released, and I think people are still debating if it is a trick taking game or not. But it uses the same concept. I mean, you have 3 or 4 different suits. You follow, you lead with one. If you follow it, you get some extra bonuses. If you don't follow it, you don't get so much. And yeah, it's like a small part but you really have to think about I mean the same way you probably think in Breach that you have to count the cards like what has been played, that what you have, what your other people have. So yeah. And yeah, I mean trick taking games as well, they are the same concept but just some new themes, some new like how you combine something else to that. And this is how we get like new popular games. But of course, like every once and then we get something completely new that no one probably never thought before about.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, like, how often do you see games that are like almost completely unlike the other games or categories or anything that have like some completely new mechanic rather than it being a combination of some things? Like,
Overall,
does anything come to mind?
Overall, it's quite rare actually, because yeah, having well, I have played a lot of games, and yeah, when we play with friends, it's one of the topics that we discuss. Like you know, this part is like from that game, and it's good that it's been reinvented a little bit, but like the basics are still from like maybe like 10-20 years ago already. Yeah, I can't point out anything like from the last year that's like completely new.
Okay. How do you find out about all these new games? Like you said, 10,000. How do you even, you know, do you just search? You said Board Game Geek has all this information. Like,
well, yes, Board Game Geek is definitely one of the best resources if you are interested in new games. But conventions, the biggest board game convention in the world, I think, takes place in Germany, Essen, in October every year, and yeah, it's a really fun event if you like board games. Like the publishers all over the world, the big ones, the small ones, even like solo projects, someone self publish something, they can take part and display their game, sell it. So this is definitely like a hands-on place where you can talk to designers, test the game, see what you like.
just as a complete side question that came to mind, have you read Neil Banks's The Player of Games?
No, I haven't.
It's I think as you're very interested in different games and finding new games, then the book is kind of about this genius player who has to kind of go, and there's a game that is civilizational, that the winner of the game is crowned the emperor, so it's that significant and complex. So it's a very interesting story, and I think you might find that very interesting. Just something that came to mind. I really like science fiction, so that's why I also thought of that.
Yeah, sounds interesting.
Yeah. What you see is like in the cards, pun intended, for the future of board games and card games and things like that. So you know, it's a very wide scene. Do you see any big shift coming, and what do you think we'll have in 10 years? Will there be anything significantly different? What might be some new directions, or you know, some events, things going more online or maybe even more offline, as people might be, you know, exhausted of being online too much. So, you know, what do you think is in the future, like in 10 years, regarding board games? It's a very broad question, I know. So.
Yeah, I think it. I mean, it's really different actually when we compare like Estonian situation to, for example, Germany.
Mm-hmm.
Germany has been well, German people are really into board games, and like all the families play board games. And in Estonia, I think we are still climbing,
Mm-hmm.
and we can see that more and more families choose board games as their like family activity or so on. Question about if board games will move online. I think it was maybe even 10 years ago when we considered it like a threat, you know. We saw that all these companies started to make digital versions for board games, and well, later the COVID pandemic happened. Then it was pretty sure that, okay, you know, no one will play board games anymore. But after that, we can see that people actually want board games even more, and I really like when board games use smartphones or computers as a helper or like something extra. I don't think that all board games should take that direction. Definitely no, because on the other hand, board games are really good replacement for these online activities. You can get together with your friends or family and really enjoy offline time. But there's a lot of innovation that the digital world can bring to board games. So there are some games that you have pretty much all the pieces on the board, but then you have this helper app that tells you a story, gives you a random number or whatever. So it's like something working on the background. So the combination is really good. But in 10 years, I think people will play even more board games.
Yeah, I mean that seems like a very good future, as I also enjoy playing board games, and especially with friends rather than just online, because I also feel playing online, if you just want to play for the mechanics and the game, then sure, but I guess one of the most important elements is just the getting together, spending time together, enjoying something together, it being social. And as I had discussion with Milan about bridge, that is the main point. Like one of the big, things that draws people to bridge is the community, and your community could just be your group of friends that you get together with once a week or maybe once a month, as people get older and get other responsibilities and so on, but still it can be like a cornerstone. Are there any like community events or like, let's say, more public and bigger events for board games? Anything organized by Brain Games or just outside of that? If people interested or listening and now are inspired to go play, what are the options and opportunities there?
Well, we are running some tournaments. So, for example, tomorrow we will have Catan championships.
Estonian
championships in Tallinn, and well, the winner goes to I don't know now. It's either European championships or the worlds even. Yeah. So that's tomorrow. We are still, you can still apply, so be in the Ülemiste shopping center tomorrow morning and you can take part of this. Championship, so that's Catan and Carcassonne are the main ones. We also run puzzle champion tournaments, so the jigsaw puzzles, it's 500 pieces and you have to put it together as fast as you can. But if you just want to play 4 times a year, so once every quarter, we have the board game camp. And a lot of people, when they first hear about it, they think, it's for kids, Yeah. Definitely it's for kids. But actually it is run for, the main people who come there, they are adults, and it's a wonderful time to just cut yourself off from your everyday life and drive outside the city and play board games from Friday to Sunday evening. So yeah, and it happens four times every year. So look us up and come join. Usually we have like 100 to 150 people.
Yeah, and I guess you don't have to join for the full period if that doesn't work
You
for
can just come for one day as well if you want to, but usually about 80% are like for the whole period, and there are people who just come for 1 or 2 days.
Yeah, that sounds very cool. So, board games, a great way to spend time with family, friends, to meet new people, and tournaments. So, any closing thoughts from your end? If not, that's also okay. I put you on the spot.
Just keep playing games. I think whatever. I mean, there are people who come and tell that I tried something and it's not for me. You just haven't you just haven't found the right board game for you. Is it? It can be like Monopoly. It can be something more difficult, or I mean, come on, just try bridge with your friends, and you will probably be really happy.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, there's like 10,000 new board games every year, and not to talk of the ones that already exist. So, yeah. Anyways, thank you for this interview. It was very nice to learn about the board games, and hopefully people listening will be inspired to go and play and learn about new games and meet new people. So thanks, and very nice.
Yeah. Thank you for inviting me.
And we're going to go on a quick break now again. We'll be back shortly. natuke siiapoole tulla, ma arvan.
Arvestades oma pikkust, siis ma olen harjunud sellega, et ma olen niimoodi piltide peal.
Yeah. We are back at our modest studio with Karl-Erik Saks, who is, well, how would you describe yourself, let's say?
I'm retired, actually. But aside from retirement, I do a lot of different freelance things. I'm part of many non-governmental organizations, NGOs, and mostly to do with mental health NGOs, and on the other end, mostly mental health organizations, because I've been working with youth mental health organizations, more larger mental health organizations, and
okay.
It's something I stand for. Yeah.
Okay. Anything more specifically? I know mental health can be a pretty broad category.
In my own case, I have unexplainable chronic pains. So it's not necessarily a mental health condition, but it has a lot of similarities in that it cannot be screened. All my blood tests are normal. So I found that talking to and sharing experiences with a lot of other people with mental health issues has been beneficial. And through these organizations, I started to work on counseling and got myself counseling papers. And then, since my education is in video game research, I started counseling parents as well, because there was a need for a lot of parents to understand what their children are doing in their smart devices and their computers. Many parents started turning to me and saying, help, my kid has video game addiction, or they're addicted to his smart devices, and then I talk to them about it. Maybe I get to talk to the kids, and then we realize that in many cases, not in all cases, but in many cases, the fears are, like, I wouldn't say unwarranted, but the fears are larger than life. So most teenagers and children are just children and teenagers with healthy lifestyles. It's just that parents don't understand the digital age as well as they want to.
Mm-hmm. I guess, yeah, the smartphone and smart device like topic and all the fears and the usage and everything, that's quite relevant. So, I guess one of the fears is that that has been actually for a long time, that I know from my childhood, it was that, computer games, you will get the computer virus or something, and things like that you'll get addicted to video games. But obviously that's like a very like broad and not nuanced view. So like, what would be the good nuanced view there, like about smart devices?
Well, my always nuance has been that we shouldn't really talk about addiction, because if we're talking about physical addictions, let's say alcoholism, or physical addictions to hard drugs, then that is very different. The withdrawal symptoms of hard drugs and alcoholism are life-threatening, whereas if you can't play video games for a few weeks, then that is not likely going to threaten your life. There are psychological symptoms, of course, but it's not like consuming digital media, in my opinion, because I'm not an expert on this field, is not comparable to consuming specific chemicals that affect our brain and which actually cause like physical withdrawal effects. And the language that, let's say, World Health Organization uses is video game disorder. So they claim it as a mental health disorder, not actually an addiction. And I think disorder is better, is like a better term, because if we start talking to our children or if we start fearing that our children or people who use smart devices a lot are addicts, then I don't think that's a very good connotation to have, because these people may be getting a lot of help from these smart devices and apps that they actually need, or in the case of children, they may be getting the socialization that they need through these games that they may not be getting from school. For example, if they're bullied and they have nobody else to talk to, then it can be a massive help that they have people who share their hobbies and similar interests. And if your parent starts calling you an addict because of that, I think that's a bit counterproductive. So, but definitely like similarities to disorders. Usually, it is the like unhealthy part comes from different mental health issues. So yeah, that's my like healthy kind of bridge between that.
Yeah, we definitely jumped, straight in the deep end here with somewhat heavy topics. But let's continue. Like, where would you say, as a parent, someone could actually draw the line between, what is potentially harmful versus, what is let's say a healthy pattern or behavior regarding using your smart device?
I think that's the hardest job to do, because parents will have to actually learn what smart devices are, how they work, and what media their kids are consuming. And that is hard, because you have to do that from a very early age. I think that should be like part of upbringing, and that like if we make sure we won't let our children pass the road or go into a playground alone before we've made sure through parenting that they can do so in a healthy way. And in a similar way, you see a lot of parents just giving smart devices to their kids so that they would be distracted, and then later it may develop into a serious problem or avoidance issue, and then perhaps then it's too late, because then you have to start going to a therapist, to psychologists. So really the easiest thing is to, well, I say it's the easiest thing, but like parents already have a lot to do, so I can't really tell them what not to do and what to do. The easiest method would be to actually be interested and ask like interest questions on what we're doing, what we're getting. And children aren't very good at expressing themselves always, so it's better to actually find the questions that make them explain these things in a way that you understand. So that has been my job as a counselor for a while, in that if parents are worried about their children, or even if people are worried about their own use. I've had adults who struggle with their video game time, like let's say like online games that are hard to regulate. Then people come to me and they ask, and we go through the questions, see if there are like things we can clarify, and then usually I am not the therapist, I'm a counselor, so my job is to see whether it's like larger problem that actually needs therapy. In that case, I would recommend them to seek therapy, because that is like a psychologist's job.
As we are here at the Tartu Ärtu bridge tournament, live event where people play bridge, and they play bridge. I think today it's about 10 hours with like some breaks in between. Tomorrow it will be about 8 to 9 hours, almost the same on Sunday.
Do you think someone could be addicted to bridge? In the
sure.
same way that people say they could be addicted to smartphones, it's like be too into it, want to play too much.
I'm sure you can be, like that's definitely the case. And I mean, what I wanted to get to is, that's the official schedule of the tournament, but that doesn't mean the play stops. Like then there's going to be discussions about the boards we play. Then there's going to be play in the evening that's like, outside of the official schedule, and that play might go on until the early hours of the morning, until you need to go play again,
Because it's a sport.
It is a sport.
I'm sure parents are very happy if a child picks up bridge. A lot happier than they would be when they pick up, let's say, bridge on a smartphone. Because I don't know if you can play bridge effectively on a smartphone. You probably need opponents to communicate with.
Yes, so you can play online. For example, there's BBO bridge based online, or Fun Bridge, or all sorts of different platforms where you can play against the computer, and it's okay. Like, it's bridge. It's definitely not as high quality bridge. And if we, as we discussed with Milan previously, that one of the big benefits, and also like what draws him to bridge and draws me to bridge, is the social aspect of like working with your partner at the same problems and discussing them afterwards, being able to forgive them for mistakes they make, because it's very much like real life. Like, you work with your partner, they make a mistake, you're like, it's okay.
I already asked an acquaintance, is like, how satisfied are you with your partner? It's like, not at all. They haven't played bridge in a year, and I was like, well, don't be too harsh on them. It's like, I can't, because that's all I would be doing.
Yeah. So definitely like playing online against the computer lacks the social aspect, and even if you play online with real people being logged in at the same time, even if there's webcams, which there are platforms like Real Bridge that support this, I don't feel it's the same. I think it's the getting together at a tournament or just playing, in the evening with friends.
I guess it's the same, like talking to someone via webcam when we're far away, whereas talking to them in real life like we do is completely different, because there are a lot of things that we lack from that sort of experience. So bridge is definitely something you can get kind of addicted to. I wouldn't know. I mean, I've been playing for 13 years, 8 years every day, and I haven't got addicted. So like I have been playing computer games since I was 2, so that makes 31 years, which means that there are a lot of people who probably would call me a computer game addict. So I would definitively say you are in the addict territory if you've been playing it for 13 years. That's not a normal amount of. That's not a healthy amount of, interest in a single thing. For some reason, I feel like a society wants us to diversify our interests.
Yeah, I mean, I would say bridge by itself is already very diverse. The people are diverse. You get so much social interaction, challenge, the mental training from bridge, like a long tournament that lasts a week. Tartu Ärtu is for 3 days. The bigger tournaments, European championships, might be a week or week and a half.
Do you always have the same partner throughout?
Me personally, no. In Estonia, I mainly play with one partner. For bigger international events, I have another partner. So that fully depends on the event and whatever. Overall, I would say I'm pretty versatile and friendly. Many people might not describe me as such, but sometimes
that's their issue.
I mean, sometimes I may say some angry word, but overall, it's generally. I feel it's a bit more theatric, and then it's oh yeah, I'm good. If someone was really angry or actually agitated, they would, it's not a state that's easy to come out of. But whereas for me, I'd kind of live it through, do a bit of theater, and it's always in collaboration with my partner. If I know my partner, doesn't want it, I try. I won't do it. It's all a matter of partnership agreement as well.
So you need to have a fitting partner who you click with personality-wise as well, and that adds to the game then.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, overall in life, you can have different friends, and maybe with some friends you have some common activity, and you have a way of communicating, whereas with others you have other ways. And for even now, as I work as a software engineer at work, I have colleagues and very reasonably close colleague wise, but it's definitely a different style of communication that I have with close friends and so on. So it's all about this kind of adaptation, and I think that's a very, very crucial skill that you can learn from bridge, the adaptation to different circumstances, partners, events, and it's very much applicable to real life, where you have obviously way more different situations, but the adaptability is something you definitely learn.
Okay. Now I'm becoming the interviewer, because now I'm interested in the sportsmanship of bridge, because bridge seems like a gentleman's sport. I've heard a lot of complaints about football, for example, not being very gentlemanly. If you send your kids to football practice, then the things you hear are pretty nasty. There was a story in local news recently where kids just literally beat someone else up. And everyone else is parents aren't really doing anything about it. So this is something that I wonder in my job as well, because sometimes I get clients whose children are, or not children themselves. I used to work at a school, special needs education school, where most of the children, for example, had social anxiety. They weren't very good with going to school. They weren't very comfortable with communicating face to face, but they were very comfortable in their own little hubs, and many of them pick up esports, because that's what it's if I'm not going to school and I'm young enough, then I can play 8 hours a day. I want to play let's say Fortnite when I want to be a professional. But one of the things I'm always interested in is that from my own experience, the internet, like competitive video games have, to my mind, it seems like the people who play them tend to have more toxic relationships among each other. It's like people make sure in some games to say good game, well played afterwards or something, but there is also likely amount of people actually starting to insult each other and call themselves names, start to blame their teammates and mistakes that maybe they were responsible for, etc., etc. Because it's easier, because there's like this anonymity. Yes. In the whereas football is maybe more aggressive in style, so it's easier to like live your angry emotions out physically in there as well. But how is it in bridge?
Just as a comment,
is like sportsmanship built into bridge, or is there something, some kind of like is bullying or like these little snarky attitudes also apparent?
Just as a one-side comment to the esports question, like I know there's this joke that in League of Legends the most powerful skill button you have is the mute all button. So, but regarding sportsmanship in bridge, I would say overall it's pretty good in my experience. As I've also been to some of the like European level tournaments and like at the higher level, it's generally like pretty good.
On the higher level, usually it is expected to, if you go into the Olympic Games, etc.
Yeah.
If you're gonna be, let's say, whiny about something, you may get disqualified, right? But I'm saying like on the small club level.
Overall, it's good. It's people don't accuse opponents or anything, or let's say flame them in that way. Sometimes people can get angry with their partners. Like I also
not
mentioned,
their opponents, but partners.
I mean, like getting angry at your opponents is just silly. Like I know.
So this game is kind of stacked against your own team.
Yeah, that's for sure. I know online people like on BBO, if you play a random game, it's like you must have cheated or something.
Oh, okay.
But I mean that's like the effect of online, the anonymity. You can just live it out and there's no like consequences. But in real life, like if you play with real people at the table, you tend to have like different consequences. Like people form opinions, people that know you, people that spend time with you. In Estonia, there are definitely some people with a character, let's say, but overall I would say that the culture has definitely grown a lot in the past, let's say 13 years that I've played. That people are definitely very respectful, enjoy the game, because if you think of like my comparison in a sense is to poker, where people are playing it often very competitively and in order to actually make money, a livelihood, especially at like at some level. Whereas with bridge, like everyone in Estonia is hobbyists. Like there are no professional players in Estonia.
And yet we have an international professional tournament.
Well, it's not a pro tournament; it's a junior tournament. There are a couple of international pros here present as part of because it's a cool event. It's a very fun event. There's many outside activities, but in bridge, at least in Estonia, there are no professional players per se, which doesn't mean you cannot act professionally in terms of sportsmanship, and and it doesn't mean we don't have good players. It's just it's very, very hard, and it's a very, very small number of people who are actually like pro players in bridge. So everyone kind of understands the situation that we're all hobbyists. We're doing it for fun, for the love of the game, and
the attitude would ruin it.
Yeah.
This is something that interests me within like digital education, is that our parents aware like how toxic or supportive communities are that the children are playing in, and then the question would be is like if they're not very supportive, can the parents like help the children to find a more supportive community? Or perhaps like bring in parallels from real world sports where you do have the sportsmanship, because it is really easy, especially for teenagers, to start flaming or abusing other people verbally when you're playing online. But this is something that parents could do where they say is like that maybe that's like not the best if you're demeaning your teammates. I know even if everyone else is doing it, then maybe it's not the healthiest like environment to be in. I think this is like one of the things that parents could focus on, is to see that if their children are playing competitive games, then are they actually being sportsmen like in these competitive games?
Yeah.
Because if they want to perform better, for example, on a professional level in the future, then this is something that they should probably focus on.
Yeah, definitely. I would say, especially with the young generation, they are very sportsman-like and like, you know, graceful in defeat, as is, you know, humble in victory, graceful in defeat, as the saying goes. Although our under 21 team is the world champions, so you know they've learned to probably be humble in defeat or humble in victory, but then don't know much about defeat. So, but overall, I would say like the community itself is very, you know, down to earth, kind, and nice. Like that's what's kept me here. Like especially the social aspect. Of course, I love the challenge of the game itself as well. But in general, yeah, I think a bridge is definitely a very good place to find new friends, and in my opinion, at least, friends who kind of want the best for you, and that will actually like teach you. And like if you are acting out of line, then you will have that kind of you know, lessons learned from your peers, not only your parents, because especially as a teenager, I imagine like if your parents tell you one thing, your instinct is to do the exact opposite.
Yeah, exactly.
But if your peers tell you that, like, hey, that wasn't cool, like you shouldn't act that way,
you will fall in line.
Immediately, basically.
Yeah.
So I think that's very much the case in bridge, at least in my experience. So
it is a healthy place to start learning these skills.
Yeah. Because I mean, sportsmanship is a skill to be learned. You can choose to act sportsmanship like or not, and it's something you can learn. That doesn't necessarily have to come naturally.
Because I was invited here in the presumption that maybe I could tell all the parents as like that there are like better things for your children to do in smartphones and stuff. It's like, and then I started thinking about it. It's like if you can play bridge or let's say these like smart games or mind games, I'm not too much into them myself. Like the last presenter Verko said that he likes to try everything once. I'm more of that kind of guy as well, because I've started organizing board game nights now. Yeah. And I think that's kind of that kind of a person's attitude is of like I want to know and learn all the games so that I can teach them and like bring people together over this. But these like classic games like chess, checkers, drafts, bridge, they haven't really pulled me ever, and I'm thinking bridge may be one of them for the social aspect, but also as well, usually when somebody would tell me, even as a child, that like go and play chess on your phone instead of like scrolling on TikTok, I would be like, I'm not so sure. But I think the like phenomenon that would get you to do that is that if you have someone influential in your life who recommends that, then that would be the thing. Because I previously had a question in my mind for you as well, is like, how did you find bridge? It's like, why are you not addicted to video games and scrolling on TikTok? Why are you playing bridge, right? It's like, probably there was someone in your life who introduced this to you, and you've been stuck around ever since, right?
Yeah, it's like it has a couple of aspects. So you know, my parents play, or like my mom plays still actively. My dad not so much, but still knows the moves, so to say. My brother also played a lot. Now also has kind of phased that out. And I had that influence from like when I was around 12-ish. I kind of learned the moves and I played some small event. But for me, what I considered the start of like when I started playing was when I was in the 10th grade, when the girl I had a massive crush on asked
16?
me... 16, yeah. So I had a massive crush on, asked me like, hey, do you know how to play bridge? And do you want to go play in like a Real Gold bridge club with me? And I was like, of course I know. I played before. So that was my entry point. That's what I consider the start of my bridge career.
Did they become your partner?
So for a moment, I mean, the girl came and went bridge state. So overall, you know...
went positive.
Yeah. I mean, overall, it's a very nice story. Like how why teenage boys tend to do stupid things is because of girls, but this one happened to actually not be that stupid at all.
Yeah, because many parents wouldn't consider this to be stupid. They would actually consider this to be ideal, unless they don't want to unless they have like more physical sporty needs from their or demands from their children.
Yeah.
Because that's what I usually think is like when parents say it's like, oh, my child is doing like with playing this like nonsense games, and me myself, I have had to play Roblox games because I have clients that play Roblox games, and as someone who has studied game design, Roblox games design wise are absolutely horrible. They're not even junk food. Junk food can have like positive like dopamine hits or something. They're like, I would say they're like Temu tier games. It's like they're cheap. They have a lot of like and you can see that because they're designed by kids for kids, and for some reason kids like these games, and it's like I could tell them it's like, oh, I have like a whole world of video games that have like cultural value and probably give you better like skills and transferable skills than Roblox, but I can't say that because I'm not an authority on them. They are playing Roblox games because all of their other friends are playing Roblox games, and this is how it usually goes. It's like it's difficult to get your children into something unless you do it as a family activity from early on, as you said as well. It's like and that's why it's usually very difficult for parents to get in contact with their kids who love video games if they haven't really been into video games themselves, because it's a whole new world for them and they need to get into it, and the kids are probably not going to be interested in anything their parents want them to be interested in, as you yourself said earlier. So it's very difficult to get this I would say it's very difficult to probably get your child to play mind games unless you yourself are doing it with them. And I guess that would be one of my like recommendations as well, is that if you want your kid to do something differently or like spend more time in like more positive ways in your mind, then this is something that unfortunately you would have to actually put time into yourself as well and play with them.
Yeah, like leading by example, right?
Yeah, but then again, it's with like for an adult who has a schedule, they have to do all the other parenting tasks. They have to work. They have to clean after work. So it's I am sympathetic in that it's not an easy thing to do. And usually when it gets to be a larger problem than by that end, it's like one of the major things that can probably help is therapy, but that also needs a lot of like you need to start fixing problems that have already been developing for a long while.
Yeah.
But in a way, it's not always problematic. So I think scrolling is fine. For example, many adults scroll on their free time, and even though the apps are designed in a way to be not very healthy, they're designed like slot machines, as you yourself said before we started here. It's like in a way, if people can, like if they have other people who help them control these things, it's like, okay, let's do this for let's say 20 minutes, and then let's put a timer on it, then maybe that may be more helpful. Whereas asking your child is like, you have to regulate your own time now, how much you spend in this time. It's like, and let's say the child has ADHD and they already have a harder time managing their time planning skills, etc. That's a lot to ask from a child.
Yeah.
So, and there are a lot of people who spend a lot of their time on smartphones, computers and stuff, and actually are productive members of society. So I don't think it's all doom and gloom. Then again, I'm not a brain scientist, like for example our local Jan Aro, who is more, from my perspective, he is more into the doom and gloom thingy. So that's what I would like. I would like to find a bridge, because like I would like to find a bridge between the like digital era and more healthy AFK, away from keyboard, or IRL lifestyle, because like computers and smart devices are already here. There's not very much we can do about them unless it's like from like a higher level legislation level laws.
Well, I know a perfect bridge from devices to AFK happens to be Bridge. I do have a question about something you mentioned about peers doing and something maybe being popular. I know some time ago there was this Queen's Gambit show on Netflix, which was immensely popular and brought chess like into the mainstream. At least that's something I noticed. Like, is this something you also saw?
Not personally, because I myself I'm not interested in chess. I played chess with my father when I was like 11, and he let me win. So that wasn't very interesting for me, and like the competitiveness or the like rote memorization of moves and stuff, it never really clicked for me. But I did hear about it, and popular media generally has these sorts of effects. I think like due to Stranger Things and these types of shows, like nerd culture has also become more acceptable, because I used to be an absolute social outcast when I was a child, which is also why I am a proponent for video games and like online interactions also being good, because that was my like social like jump off spot, because I had absolutely no chance of socializing with my peers at school, because I was a year younger than everyone, and I was very skinny, and I was just like ostracized from those like main groups. So I found my communication skills from online games. It could have been classical games. For in my case was like role-playing games more likely, but it's like you can find your like socialization skills from different areas if you have the access to it. And since like I know people are not very fond of English becoming the main spoken language over here, but like on an online world, for a small nation with small language, if you can have access to, if you have very niche interests and hobbies, and if you can find other people very easily of that same hobby and interest through English, then I would say that is a net positive gain. It's a different deal if those people can grow these like niche interests in the local market in Estonian as well.
Yeah, I know definitely I can at least somewhat relate to this finding friends online, because I used to play Minecraft when I was around like 12, 13 or so, and that's where my main like spoken English skills came from like people have sometimes commented that like I have this, in these cases I have like this kind of a weird accent, or in some cases this other, and overall there's really not much Estonian accent, the classical hard pronunciation of some words. And then I'm like, yeah, well, I played with Australians, English, US people who also were not also English speaking, so there's a bit of that, because all these different accents and so on. And then it's like the level of English I have for speaking and understanding just jumped so immensely thanks to that. And I found really good friends. Like I even had a friend who I visited in Germany, like for real, and it was very nice, because we had kind of talked, and it like you can actually make real meaningful friendships online.
And how did your parents see these relationships?
Very well. Like they were happy. They saw like like I really like playing it, and the trip to Germany, actually it was like a trip that I had with my mother, because I think I was like 16 at the time, but we did like this kind of a trip, but one of the goals was to like also meet that friend who I met individually. So it's like not like she was helicoptering me around, but rather she enabled this experience for me, because I was still 16 at the time. So definitely my parents were very supportive, but I also think it's because they saw the effect on me, like the friends, and also the level of English that just grew immensely, the ability to speak. So.
And as a millennial, I see it as incredibly wholesome that I can be a nerd and nobody's judging me. At least it's like I can play board games and video games without. I can actually talk about video games in public with people without them being like, oh, nerd. But like that used to be the case for me. So I'm kind of glad that globalization has had that sort of a positive effect on this culture. It definitely has made it more accessible, and in a way, if somebody may not have the most healthy relationships at home, it also may be a positive effect on their mental health, that they can actually find like-minded people online, which is probably not the ideal scenario for the parents, but then again, It probably may need to be. It's more of a nuanced situation where this probably needs to be discussed over some family therapy or something.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, definitely, I think the important part here is the, connection and common ground and friends and people who, you find are your people, and whether that's something that comes to you naturally, AFK, in real life, where you happen to be based and live, or whether it happens online. I think there are definitely healthy ways to achieve both. For myself, I can definitely say Bridge and the community here in Estonia, and I think worldwide as well, considering there are, like I said before, 10 different nations here at Tartu Ärtu, and everyone came to, be part of this community, and so
And you can get friends here.
Yeah, make new friends, meet old ones. I'm too old to play the tournament myself, but this will definitely sound weird. I like hanging out with the juniors,
Younger generation.
yeah, but it's it's very nice to teach them, also learn from them, and just have a good time.
Because they can bring in new perspectives.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I mean, I don't have any world champion titles.
So Bridge is not a solved game.
Definitely not.
It probably can't be a solved game, can it?
Well, it's I guess it's incomplete information game. So I mean poker kind of is as well, but poker is solved because you can just go through the combinations. I think like there are definitely things that are optimal in this situation given the information, but then again, how do you know you have the correct information, because it's like incomplete. So it's definitely not solved, but there
it's
are definitely
a game that keeps on giving, even in the digital age.
In the digital age, and also like you can be a lifelong learner in Bridge. I think it's really useful in the sense that once you stop learning, you stop growing. Like, what are you doing? And Bridge gives you opportunities to learn every time you play.
Oh, maybe I should start playing Bridge then. Maybe this is one of the first classical games I will be into.
Yeah, I guess
I have tried when I was a junior, but I didn't really understand much of it.
Yeah, it does have a bit of a steep learning curve. It is a bit harder to get into than I would say a lot of other games, especially like if I compare it to poker. Then poker has this immediate possible way to understand that you have two cards, there are 5 on the table, and there's like quite basic combinations, and there's chips moving, so there's action, and it's pretty fast. Like every hand of poker can be quite fast. Whereas with Bridge, it's like people may do their bids, which you don't understand. They may play their cards, and it's very hard to appreciate any sort of genius. Or why was this move better than the other? Like, why did the pro player do that without like having good understanding? Whereas in poker, like if you see someone holds 2 bad cards but then goes all in, you're like, oh my god, it's bluffing. Like, it's exciting, right? And in Bridge, you can actually also bluff, but it's much harder to truly see that. Although in some cases you can very clearly tell that someone is bluffing, even if you don't know much about the game. But then again, there's like, why was he bluffing at this exact moment? Like, what information did he have? And I mean, to really
because the
understand.
entire deck is in 4 hands, so I guess it's easier to determine who has what.
Yeah. All the cards are always dealt out. But yeah, overall, do you have any like closing thoughts about Bridge, about how the youth and how all people of all ages spend their time online devices, but also offline? We've been covering a lot of ground, so again,
because I have as many questions as I have answers. I'm too used to being the interviewer because I'm very curious about things. So I don't know. I think like when parents are worried about their children spending too much time on screens, I think it's like it's kind of the zeitgeist. That's how things are, and it's like I'm over 30 now. I studied literature and languages in university. I have a master's degree in composing letters and writing essays and things. And it's very awkward for me to use AI chatbots because I was taught expertly to do what most people use them for. So it's like I couldn't even think of asking a chat GPT to write me a letter or introduction letter or like things, because this is what I was taught for. but in the same sense, because of that, I feel like I'm kind of too old to start using this technology. I feel like I'm not in the zeitgeist anymore. So I think these generational things are so natural. It's like it is becoming painfully aware to me that I am a millennial when I talk to people who are Gen Alpha or Gen Z. It's like when I had to make TikTok videos for board game meetings, then I understand it's like, for me it may seem weird, but I also have to understand that these videos are not for my generation. So it's like I will do whatever the expert tells me to, because I'm not the generational expert in this kind of technology, and in some sense it's difficult for me to. It is like learning a new language. So I sympathize with parents who have a hard time with learning the digital language and the tools that kids use, because I still feel like I more or less understand what kids do online with video games, because that is my expertise. But everything else, short form video content, scrolling, these sorts of things. I also scroll on Instagram sometimes, but like maybe 10 minutes every night. So a healthy way is like, I'm perhaps not in the generation anymore, and I feel that if I wanted to really understand what they're doing there, I would actually have to put work into it. And I think for someone who's over 30, putting hard work into something doesn't feel as comfortable as it used to. So I'm more used to going on what I already know, like on autopilot. So I don't know. I guess one thing we can do is trust the younger generations, and also maybe be interested in, because I'm definitely interested in bridge right now, just a tiny bit, but I'm pretty sure that it's going to be one of those interests that I look into, I try it, and probably will shelve it and then move on to other things.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, as we all talked with Virko, that there's a board game out there for everyone, and that there's just so much variety, and all you need to do is try things and figure out the things that work for you.
Yeah, because Virko said that he really likes trick-taking games, board games. I didn't know if he said he really likes. He said one of his favorites is the Lord of the Rings one, and it's like I tried the Lord of the Rings once. I also played Arcs, he mentioned, and I've never been a fan of the trick-taking mechanisms in the games. I'm thinking maybe the classic bridge one would be different for me than just to see where it comes from. But for me, it's not a very comfortable mechanic. So yeah, I definitely have my own sort of things, but it's something I'm willing to try at least.
Yeah. Very cool. Anyways, thank you. It was a very nice interview.
Cheers. It was a nice interview for me too. I got to ask a lot of questions.
Yeah, that's true. So we're now gonna go on a break, but soon enough there will be. Wait, who am I interviewing next? Let's take a quick peek. So it will be Martin Makeup from Vint EE. So see you soon. So we are back here with Martin Makeup, who is the author of interesting.
All good.
Yeah, let me just check the. Let me quickly check the stream. Okay. Cool. So we are here with Martin Makeup, the author of Vint EE, a prominent mind sport platform in Estonia. So on Vint you can play all sorts of different games, also do Sudokus, all things like that. Also play bridge, very important as we are still here at Tartu Ärtu. And in your day-to-day you work as a director of engineering in Pipedrive. So also a very established position. So maybe you want to say a couple of more words about yourself.
Hello, and thanks for having me. So yes, I have this interesting hobby. I have been building Estonian mind sports website Vint.ee. I actually am considering to rebrand it to the home of intelligent entertainment or something. And for me, it all started 25 years ago already, like last century. 1999. I went to Nõo Gymnasium, wrote my first line of code, and I was 15 back then, and I was like, okay, this is it. This is my future. Yes, started to build my own hobby project, but in parallel I'm making a career in IT, but not coding at work, because I code at home, my hobby, so trying to find the balance.
Yeah, and I can confirm that I also play on Vint almost daily as I practice my Sudoku solving skills. I also like solving Sudokus, and yeah, I just found out I have had an account there already for about 14 years. So about as long as I've played bridge, it turns out. So, you know, well, you already mentioned like how you got into it, so you were at Nõo. How did Vint came to be from there?
Back then, we didn't have computers. It was 1999. But at Nõo we had those classes full of computers, and fortunately I got into this class, and my roommates were also keen to programming, so we started to code together, and then there was this website setu.net where we could play draughts. But soon this site was closed, and I figured that hey, maybe I can bring to life my own draughts playing system. Went to TTU, it's TalTech now, in Tallinn, to university. Started building this draughts engine. Did my bachelor's thesis with that. Then brought in also chess, and tried to implement this framework kind of for different board games, and did my master's thesis with that. And then in 2007 we launched Vint.ee, which means next winter it will be 20 years old. Pretty crazy.
Wow, that's a very long-lived project, and it's very good to see that it's not only been there, but it's still evolving, it's still growing, and I very much enjoy solving Sudokus there. You said like the Sudoku part was solved by Tiit Vunk, who is the world champion in Sudokus, actually two-time world champion. So how did that exactly come to be?
Interesting enough, Tiit was my roommate, and we started building this draughts and chess system, but at some point 2009, Tiit was already getting into Sudokus heavily. Actually, we started together with Sudokus probably 2007 or 8, but he went deep in. And then at one point I asked for his help that, hey, let's create this Sudoku solving solution also at Vint. And Tiit helped me to create this algorithm to assess the difficulty of generated Sudoku, and then figured out all different Sudoku types and difficulties, and then now we have 3.5 million solved Sudokus or something like that. So all in all, we started with board games, chess, checkers, Komoku, Renju, Othello, games like that. And then came Sudoku, card games also. Probably I'm thinking that most of those card games are really known in Estonia. Only 1000 probably is a card game which is known outside of Estonia as well. And for past 2 years it has been Bridge. Bridge has been the latest addition to Vintage. And I tried to build that bridge from the angle that I couldn't play myself. So I wanted to create this environment where you can learn from scratch how to play, and basically introduced those playing with bot type of games, because I saw that if you put 4 beginners to play against each other, you cannot really assess later what went wrong and what went right. But if you have those bots who play the same way all the time, then you can start comparing your results to others who know the game. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Bridge especially has quite, I would say, a steep learning curve. This has been part of the conversation before as well, and I think this kind of a very easy way to play, that you just go there, you open it, you can, initially if you don't know anything, you just click things, you try it out, you see what happens, and then you're like, oh, okay, so we have these scores, and then you try to do better next time, and I think it's like a good way to get started into it, get your first experience, and then obviously at some point how can I play this against other people, because Bridge is a very social game. Like not only is it played in pairs where you have to work with your partner, you do need to play against opponents, and quite often in a team, so it's also a very social game. And I think and what has come out in the previous interviews today is that it's very, very the social aspect of it is really what not only drives it but keeps people there. So and I think Vint provides a very good intro to that, and there is a chat platform and everything, you can chat with other players. So
this Bridge has been already a success because the first format I introduced was that you see your cards and your partner cards, and you just pick the contract and then you play. And my kids started to play that. And 2 of them are playing here today because of that. So I can say that there are 2 players today here because there is Bridge in Vint.
That is very cool. I did not know that, but that is so good to hear. Yeah, I know this format that you just mentioned. It's actually a Bridge teaching tool that you see 2 sets of cards, and you pick the best contract that you think you can make, and I think that's great. Let's see. You also mentioned that on Vint there are other competitions for these mind sports. So can you tell me a bit more about that?
There was a little bit parallel track with me, Tiit, and Andres Kuusk. Andres is 7-time world champion in Pentamind.
Yes, the Mind Sports Olympiad.
Yes. So we created an official organization, Estonian Mind Sports Federation, and our goal was to popularize mind sports in Estonia. And Tiit and Andres gave me this fancy title as I'm the president of that mind sports organization. And I needed to figure out a way how to actually make an impact. How can you go and popularize different games? I had this online environment, so I figured that hey, our kids are anyway online constantly, so I'll try the online approach. So I created this format called Mind Sports Olympiad, where different schools in Estonia compete with each other by playing chess, Russian trots, Komoku, Sudoku, and crosswords. And this competition has been going on now for 14 years as well. Every year I have 1,000+ kids playing from 80 schools, and it is pretty popular. I guess the vision was that it is way easier, yes, to get those kids to play in their school classes rather than take a bus, drive them to some city on Saturdays and do it that way.
Yeah, definitely the accessibility here is like a key word, that if it's easy to just play during like a computer class, then it's gonna drive participation. Are there any kinds of finals there? That for the finals you get people together, or?
No, fully online. There are 4 competitions during the year, basically. 3 different age groups and 5 games. So if you multiply it, it's like 60 tournaments all together happening, all online. And still the main idea is to popularize the mind sports, to give this opportunity for the kid to make first moves in chess or solve first Sudoku. I have let this professional competition to be organized by Estonian Chess Federation and then Trots Federation, where actually the best go and physically play with each other. So, but still schools like to compete with each other. There are no limits how many students you can have in one school. So I have had some crazy numbers. Last year it was Viimsi school who were like over 100 kids played.
Wow.
But only 5 bests are gathering kind of points to their school. So it's so if you want to compete as a school, you need to have at least 5 from your school.
Yeah, no, that's super cool, especially that it's so accessible. And like my previous talk with Karl was that we like how kids spend time online, and how whether it's like all sorts of different activities you can do on your like smart device or computer, and like this is such a great outlet to train your mind to to take part in an activity with other people of your age group. So I think this is a very admirable mission, let's say, and it's very glad that you said it's been going on for 14 years, right?
Yes. And just today, probably 2 hours ago, I bought a boat and I did my first ride today on Emajõgi. And I parked my boat, and there were a father and a kid there. They saw me. I wore the same shirt, and the father was like, "Hey, do you play chess or something? How to know Vint?" I said, "Okay, this is my thing." And turned out that his son won 3rd place in chess in that Mind Sports Olympiad. And so Estonia is small.
Is there any international competitions there, or like how much, let's say, international traffic does Vint get? Because here at Tartu Ärtu we have, I think, 10 or more nations, so many young people playing bridge. So
yes, first of all, I guess 4 or 5 years ago, amazing thing happened. Othello is actually a pretty popular game in the world. There is Othello World Federation, and they turned to me saying that, hey, Vint has this really unique tournament system, and I have put some effort into different tournament formats and stuff. So they wanted Vint to be an official tournament site for Othello. And this has probably gotten me the most international traffic. Right now, I'm running a tournament series in Othello, and I see players in like different countries joining. This is one story. Another story is Macau and Chinese Komoku players come and have tournaments in Vint as well, and this is really frequent. Even this week, it's cool. We are in different time zones. So in the morning, I wake up and I open Vint and see what has been happening during the night. And this week there were many nights where I had Komoku tournaments, like 30 to 40 participants. So this is another stream, and then Estonian Draws Federation hosted this online Draws European championship even or something. It was during Corona times as well. So that kind of brought me some international traffic. So yeah, I'm having users from different parts of the world. Vinted is translated to 10 plus languages already, even Mongolian language.
Was it, I guess, done by someone local who was just really into it?
Yeah, it was related to the Othello project. So basically, Othello Federation sent out translation files to different countries, and quite many of them returned the actual translations. Now I moved all the translations to online, so no more files copying and sending with email. So I can translate Vint real time. That's all good.
Yeah, very cool. I just had a question, but it slips my mind. What's your connection? Like, how did you yourself get into these mind sports other than the Vint platform? Like, what drew you to it in the first place?
Well, I guess I was 6, 7, something like that, when my grandparents started to teach me chess and draughts. Like many of us probably.
Yeah, can relate.
Yes, and on top of that, they were really into card games as well. In Estonia, we have this Sasku and Bismarck and games like that. So
and bridge.
Yes, bridge as well, of course. But those Saskus are a little bit simpler games. So anyway. Fun fact is, my father has played bridge in really high level. He got 6th place in 1990s, something in Estonia. So this card game thing is in the blood, and two of my kids are playing here today as well.
So it continues.
Yes, and for me. It has been kind of this intellectual entertainment kind of thing. I don't watch football or something like that in the evenings. I go and solve a Sudoku or crossword. Recently I introduced streaks. So
yeah, I noticed.
Now there is actually a goal to go and keep your streak alive, and I'm rewarding those streaks with Vint credits. And
yes, I would really wish we could have some option to reset or skip one day in 50, for example.
There is, but you need to pay 15 Vint credits. For that.
I see.
Because I give out credits, I can't do it for free.
Yeah,
But there is actually an option.
Makes a lot of sense. I've been very much a free user of the platform so far. Maybe not the good place to say that. Like, do you have any, maybe what are some of the immediate next things for Vint, and also maybe some dreams or big dreams you might have for the next 10 years, let's say?
Yeah, now we get into philosophical part. I am a little bit concerned, or I'm not sure most of the games will survive in time. What I have there. There are some timeless games, bridge, chess, and then draughts. But those other not so popular card games played only in Estonia, like I have there, don't see my kids at least play those anymore so much. I guess the only way to keep that site alive is to constantly see what's popular in the world and then introduce those games in Vint as well. I have a couple of examples. There was this boom probably 10 years ago already of the game 2024.
2048, yeah.
Yes.
It's the doubling up game.
Yes,
it was really popular at the
exactly.
time.
I did my version to Vint, online tournaments with that and all that stuff. Then there was Wordle.
Oh yeah.
Yes, in English. So of course I needed to do it to Vint with the Estonian vocabulary or words.
I know in Estonian there was a separate site as well, and it was called Sõnur, which is also a 5-letter word and like a wordplay on the word itself. So,
what is good, or what's my advantage, is that I have already rating systems, tournament systems, everything in place. Just bring in the new game and poof, you have all that with you. And then that actually drives people. People like to compete, get rating upgrades, and be on top of the charts. So that has been the main thing. If we talk about Vint development, then recent months have been really exciting. The AI models that now can generate code have improved greatly. Probably from January or December, I'm using Claude Code. And I can honestly say that Vint has developed more in past 2 months than past 2 years or something. It's crazy how much more I can now do. It's now only my imagination.
How long, like let's say the pre-AI era, how long it took you to add a new game there?
If it was board game, just different rules, maybe new variation of draughts, a couple of days. With Bridge, I spent months building those bots, learning how to play myself, how bots should play, all that. All in all, I'm actually tracking time. I have put into Vint 7,000 hours total.
In total.
In total, 20 years. It fluctuates from 300 hours per year to 700 during Corona times. It was really exciting. I rewrote all the front end. I'm now mobile friendly, all these things. But now it's speeding up 5x at least. Claude Code helps me to develop 5 times faster. So previously I needed to take official day offs, like vacation days from my work, just to code new things. As I have 5 kids at home, I don't have the luxury to come from home in the evening and then start coding much or weekends. So I needed to take proper vacation days. Now I don't need them anymore. I can literally build great things in half an hour during the evening with Cloud Code.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
this has changed.
Yeah, or like you refine an idea over one evening in half an hour. You let it run. You review it the next evening. Yeah, I can imagine. Like, as I also work as a software engineer, and I do use Cloud Code, then I can only I know that it's your imagination and how well you express those ideas that is the limit rather than your time alone.
What is really good is that I am not very strong in UX and front-end development. Yes, I rewrote all the front-end in TypeScript, the whole game room, but the HTML, CSS, aligning things, not my strongest thing. But this is where Cloud Code really excels, right? And I have improved the usability and different visualization of things. Also, push notifications, as an example, took me half an hour to implement it fully. Previously, it would have been a whole day because I don't know how to do it.
Yeah.
So standard stuff like that, it's now really easy to implement. I have had ideas now how to automatically record a snapshot of your game and publish it or share it in social media, so those kind of things. I mean, if you play a game of bridge, maybe you want to play this 5 to 10 second clip to show how great game you had, whatever, and then share it with one button. So.
Yeah, no, that's very cool. Especially like bridge, just seeing like the quick walkthrough, or like a game of chess, right? Like
exactly. Some really cool combinations happening. How to share it, how to create those short videos, and this is one idea in my head about new games. Well, of course, I could invest into bridge as well, different formats. How to actually have it so easy that a 10-year-old who has never played cards even can come and understand. I need to improve the UX, UI, and probably more descriptions, what you need to do now. What is a contract? What does it mean? If you pick a contract, how many tricks you need to take, all that. New games, Scrabble has been an idea. You cannot play Estonian Scrabble. Of course, I cannot call it Scrabble, and I need to change the board layout. But the main idea to how to basically combine those words. All in all, like I have now quite many games where you need to develop your Estonian language as well, like crosswords and the same Scrabble thing. So what I have learned that really cool but still very unknown games won't fly, won't get traffic. I have a couple of those board games, Lines of Action and Entropy, which are official games in this Mind Sports Olympiad in London every year. And you maybe there is 1 or 2 sites where you can play something like that, but basically Vint has the best solution, still no players. So I have learned my lessons, where to invest and then where to not.
Yeah, and then again, maybe it's a bit more marketing, like getting some more international, like some international awareness. Like you said, there is some, but how well would it hold up under traffic? Let's say, as a software engineer, I'm interested in that. Like,
this is a really positive problem I'm waiting for. The point where I can see that my whole backend solution won't scale anymore, and I know there is a limit. Because I keep things in Java memory and not in Memcached or anywhere. So, and it's one process. It's not scalable to multiple VMs. Currently, I would feel safe 2,000 concurrent online players. 5,000, then interesting things start to happen probably. But again, positive problem. If that happens now with Claude Code, I think I can rewrite the whole backend in 1 week or something. Before it would have been 3 months, but yes, it really needs an entire rewrite.
Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine this kind of a scaling problem, and I can also imagine how well Claude can help with
Yes,
that.
yes.
It's insane. So in the future, if there's gonna be more traffic, suddenly, you know, I guess it takes only like a couple of, you know, random events of some people finding it good, and then kind of spreading from there, going viral, and suddenly it would be a very nice problem to have, like you said.
Yes. Of course, I need to be mindful that I have really strong international competitions like Chess.com, Bridgebase Online.
Yeah.
I will never compete with them.
Yeah.
Like those are like teams behind them and a lot of money. So I guess I need to find my niche.
Yeah, I think the good niche is that, you know, there's a bit of everything. There's something for everyone. It's like you can find your thing, and you know, you from there maybe you find some other things, other games that have similar formats, like you said, ranking systems that, you know, oh, I got the high rank in this game, maybe I can do it in this one as well. So, you know, I think it already has its niche, and I very much like it.
Yeah, Sudoku online tournaments is something I don't know if I haven't heard, at least it's unique in the world.
Yeah.
I have a team duel tournament format, so you can have 4 to 4 teams and then play chess against each other like that. I created it for Othello, and actually 2 days ago this tournament happened in this format. So there have been things which are unique in the world, and this is my point now. I'm getting better at assessing if it's something unique and then worth trying to do, or am I just copying something else and then it won't fly. Also, Estonian market versus international market, I really prefer solutions where the games are known outside as well, not only Estonian market, right?
Yeah. Overall, you know, very cool platform. I've enjoyed playing on it very much, and yeah, I guess we can wrap up. Do you have any final notes or points you would want to share?
I'm really open to all kinds of feedback. So if any one of our listeners goes to Vinta.D and has some feedback to share, this first experience feedback is really valuable. Like, can you find how to solve the first Sudoku? Usability things, and now I can fix those problems really fast. So all kind of feedback is welcome. And yeah, I guess deal with mind sports as long as you can. I believe it's good for your brain and concentration. So
yeah,
for kids especially.
Yeah,
so.
But also a great way to find friends and, you know, for life really.
Yes.
Anyways, thank you for the interview. Thank you for creating and the ongoing improvements and maintenance of Vint and yeah, awesome.
Thanks.
It was great talking to you. So we're gonna go on a bit of a break, and let's see. Soon the tournament for the youngsters will end, and then we'll probably have some players here as well, sharing their thoughts. So see you soon. So, I'm back alone for the time being, and I figured the juniors are still playing. I think we're pretty much done for the interviews for today, so I'm just gonna play a little bit of bridge. So here I am playing this tournament and fun bridge, which I figured let's try and do. So might not commentate as much as I'm already a bit exhausted from talking, and it's not loading properly. Amazing. And I'm also not sharing the correct window. Panin need sinna, ma mõtlesin, ma striimin veits. Okay, and let's send it to here, and boom. Cool. Whew. Let's try 6 hearts. Fuck it. Oh no, I think he has 2 aces. He does have 2 aces. Well, unlucky. Three no for 11 tricks versus 1 no for 9. Nice. How are we gonna play this? Let's try this. Unlucky. Let's try and crush the trumps. And this is not how I actually play in real life, but things I found how to milk the fun bridge bots. So this is not a good 2-spade opening, in case you were wondering. So, up by 7. Don't like the king queen of clubs. Oh, good choice. Huh. Let's minimize the damage. Could have gone for the diamond finesse for trying something, but didn't seem like a good idea. So up by 5. 4. Doo-doo-doo. you couldn't draft that?